All right. What's going on, everybody? Happy Sunday. I know the Grammys are going to be starting soon, so those of you excited, this is the Grammy Sunday. And I'm going to be keeping this stream going throughout the night. But here we are. Let's have some drawing excitement. Let's draw for a couple of hours. This is something that I find incredibly mentally stimulating, incredibly mentally rewarding. Alexa, what's today's air quality?
According to airnow.gov, the air quality in Burbank is moderate, with an air quality index of 85.
85. Alexa, off. 85 is still really high. After those fires, they were supposed to drop down a little bit after a rain, but it rained and it never dropped down. So, pretty fascinating to think that the air quality still hasn't gotten any better in the recent times. But here we are. Here we are, people. Got a cat right here. He's very in our business right now. It's all up in our business. He wants to steal all our paint, drawing supplies. Look at this little guy. Isn't he cute? I just fed them. I swear they just ate. And there's probably still food in their bowl. And this funny guy, this little guy gets all up in the business. And then he like pukes afterwards because his stomach can't handle a lot of jostling. Along with his stomach can't handle jostling after a meal. So it's like he loves attention after a meal, but his body can't handle jostling, and it's just pretty amusing. So let's do this. We're gonna go and we're gonna go straight into this. And we finished this foot yesterday. We're gonna be working on one of these hands today, which is exciting. Who's excited to draw some hands? So let's see how this goes. Right, we're gonna start with let's go start with a nice rectangle shape right here. We're gonna go down, just straight down. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And now, happy Sunday. What an exciting day, people. I love this day. I love Sunday. Sunday is a wonderful, fantastic day, just like every day. I think every day is super fantastic and wonderful. Every day is a day to do what you have been destined to do with it. And that might be a little wide. Let me think. That's like 1 and 2 of these. So 1, 2. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna make this quite smaller than that. It's gonna go. That needs to go just in a little bit further. I feel like it's very specific that it doesn't actually reach the end here, so and then here we go. And as we start to build up these hands, this is the one I'm working on right now. Yeah, working on this one right now. And here we go. We're going to go at a light angle right up here. And there we go. So this is going to go at an angle, and then it's going to cross to another angle. So this is going to go up, like that. And then we're going to have another piece come down. And let's see, we got this piece right here. It's going to come right down. And let's keep this moving. So we've got this piece, which is going to come right up underneath, just for where that ends, that starts. And let's find this other piece right here. You know what I could have done is I could have did like a extension. Let's do and I feel like as long as there's a rectangular block here, that this should be okay. But let's go ahead and start forming these other lines here. And here we go. We're gonna go bring this across. And let's see. Just doing this nice and slow, taking our time with our design here. I'm just going to bring this across right here. And eventually what we're going to do is we're going to go over this with pencil anyway, like a darker pencil. So after that, we're going to, once we get in with pencil, we're going to start to see some darker some darker lines here, which will make more sense. And here we go. And as we go up and we just build this up, we're just going to keep building up our design right here. And you know what's interesting is we're going to be doing this again later. We're going to do this one, and then we're going to do it again in a few minutes. Or maybe an hour. I don't know how long this will actually take. This might take a while, but we'll keep doing it. We'll just keep working it. Working it and working it. Here we go, people. And here we go. We're just going to bring this across. I'm going to bring this up a bit. It's going to be a little bit of a finger right there. Little subtle finger move. And here we go. So this to this angle right here. And here we go. Let's go bring this up right above. Oh. Can already see a couple of issues here. This is a natural finger position, which I messed up on. So we're going to go right into here. And here we go. Bring this across. And here we go. Bring this in across a little bit. You know, just going with exactly what I see, you know, just constantly building up what I see right now. All right. Now let's do this. Let's start forming our sketch here. Gonna grab our piece right here, our STAEDTLER. Let's go ahead and build this up. So I'm gonna go and here we go. We're gonna go curve, making a beautiful curve right here. Just gonna make our beautiful curve. And you know, it's wonderful is you know, I think the cool thing about Charles Bargue as far as learning how to draw goes is, you know, it's pretty much achievable. It is really achievable by anyone willing to put in the effort to just look at it and copy, right? Like, it's all laid out here for you. Although I have done drawings before going into this, it totally means that you know, there's just some great things that you can learn from the Bargue drawing courses. And then here, bring that down. And here we go. And let's go bring this down. What the mind dwells upon, the body acts upon. So here we go. Here we go, bring this around. And this is gonna go boom. And let's bring this up right here. Bam. We're going to go subtly down here. And one of the hard things about these are like capturing the really subtle, natural parts of the hands. Let's go. And then we're going to find our shadow right here. Let's do the shadow right here. And let's go like this. Let's find our shadow here. Where do we find our shadow? Shadow's probably going to come down right about our hand right here. Bring this down right here underneath the hands. And there we go. So let's do this. Let's go. Bam. So building up these shadows. Since I already got like a nice shadow here, we're gonna go ahead and find this other shadow right now. I was gonna say we're gonna actually build those in, but I'm not ready to build in the shadow yet. I want to keep this up here. I want to keep up the momentum of what's happening right here. I think this is Let's actually form this piece right here. Just a nice delicate finger right here. Actually, you got to move this up a little bit. Let's bring this down now. And I usually like to leave these like extra little blue lines here just so we can I usually like to leave the blue lines underneath just to, like, you know, reveal a little bit of the secret sketch underneath everything. You know what? I think this could be a little bit angled. I want to try to make this thumb feel a bit more natural. And here we go. Excuse me. And that looks all right. So let's go ahead and go into this other section right here. We're gonna bring this. What's right here? What's going on? We're gonna bring this down, and then let's go like this. And here we go. This line should be just right under. So some pretty straightforward drawing, filling in some of the shadows. Let's go like this, right into here. And now let's go bring this down. I'm not a fan of this knuckle right here. This knuckle's a little bit too clunky. As you can tell, a lot of these are much like a little bit more elegant. And so, let's go bring this piece down. And let's get another shadow come around right underneath here. And there we go. And there we have that. So let's go like this. Here we go. Okay. Now let's go with the, hey, what's up, Bowinator? I was going to ask you the same exact thing, but let me share a little bit about my day. My day is pretty good. My day is going pretty good. Got a little bit of work done this morning, and now we're back to drawing. I'm going to be spending a couple of hours drawing here, and this is going to be a beautiful hand. It's always nice to draw hands. Hands are fun and challenging. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, if you can just visualize drawing hands like any other thing, just having a close observation of, just close observation, you know? It's totally doable. But, yeah. So my day's good, man. Or person, man, woman, whoever, however you identify, is fine with me. Yeah, you getting at it today? Are you getting after your personal goals and your personal goals and aspirations? Have you gotten yours done today? Are you studying law, or coming up with your next comedy skit or stand-up routine, I should say? Not a comedy skit, a stand-up routine. I don't know what you do. I'm just making stuff up. It could be anything. Are you a future Netflix is a joke stand-up? The Bowinator is here. Bowinator. And here we go. I don't like this because this is supposed to be a more subtle curve, and I seem to have lost that. So let me try to erase away some of this. Ninjuki, what's up, dude? Pretty chill day? Yeah, okay, cool. Chill days are cool. What did you have a good breakfast? Did you hang out with the fam? Did you do anything? What's the most memorable thing about your day? To answer your question, Ninjuki. So this is actually from a book, The Ultimate Bargue Drawing Collection. You can actually find a link to it in the description of this video. But even better than that, you know, I like working from the book because I like having a physical thing in front of me. But if you do want to do it digitally, or you want digital references, let me show you. So this book is actually a reprint. I mean, these people just reprinted all this stuff, so you know, it's up to you how you want to do it. But on archive.org, they actually have this exact drawing course. Not this exact, my bad. Ignore the word exact, but they have Charles Bargue's original drawing course. I think it's a translated version, but on internetarchive.org, they actually have the book that goes through some of this stuff. So you can find that for free. And the only reason you would really want to get this is just to have something physical to work from. Yeah, if you're just, you know, just looking for a quick thing to like practice and learn from, and you're, you know, doing it from a computer or something, this website can't suffice. But I would highly recommend, if you ever want to take it more seriously, you know, the actual original way of doing it. What's up, Corey? So the actual original way of doing this, if you go to like a really hardcore Charles Bargue teacher, is what you do is you would probably pull this paper out. By the way, these people who made this book, you could tell that they're not super hardcore Bargue people because they didn't make it tear outable. But if they were, what you would do is you would tear it out, tape it down, rip out a piece of paper, tape it next to it, and then just go perfectly across, you know, line for line, which I'm not even doing, but I'm not a hardcore Bargue person. I just really like these studies, so I'm doing my own way. But, or you could even do a graph, right? Maybe, you know, another way you could do it that's not just, that's not just based on, you know, perfectly across, is just doing your own graphs. I wish they told you exactly how big these graphs were. That's another thing that's a little bit messed up. I think these are centimeter by centimeter, but I could be wrong. A ½ inch by ½ inch. But one thing they don't do is they don't tell you here how much theirs are. So, you know, you could tell. I want to criticize and you know, talk about the value of this book. First, I want to criticize it because you could tell that, you know, they're not super hardcore Bargue people. They just know that it's in public domain, so they reprinted it. But, you know, it's great that they did that because you can have like a physical version of it right in front of you just to go through. So, you know, you really got to come to a decision of how you want to work, how you want to learn. But I like to give people options, especially if you're viewing. Yeah. But if you're willing to just go through the book and look through this, it's an amazing program that you can pick up pretty quickly. What's up, Corey Omizu Paints? I think I already greeted you, which I find funny because I'm doing it again. So, anyway, let's see. This right here is, let's go right down into here and create a nice dark shadow into here. And you know what? I can already see a little mistake here. We need to redo this little section right here. Yeah, I'm doing all right. As I was saying, I had a good afternoon, good mornings, good start to the day. I've got my first chapter, something to share with y'all. Actually, you know what? You know, today's an extra great day because I got the very first chapter in my book done. So those of you that are like, you know, that can see my posts, which should be all of you, unless I have it exclusive, which I don't think I do. I got the first chapter in my book pretty much planned, and I think it sets a good pace for what's going to happen in the rest of it. So, yeah, very exciting stuff. And y'all are here in the very front row of it all. And there we are. How to draw with the book on this thing. Yeah. Used to drawing on a wooden drafting board, something similar to the one you have now, to an easel with a 90-degree drawing area. Hey, that's pretty good. Yeah, so I guess what you're drawing is like basically on a wall, right? You're basically drawing flat on a wall. And are you doing like the, you know, just... So like, are you doing... I think the 90-degree though, you know, for this, it might be pretty hard on your wrist. I don't know. Because I know the 90 degrees is really good if you're doing like... What do they call it? Like the drawings where you do body parts that are like very expressive. So you draw like the circle of the head. And then, you know, you're drawing out the shoulders. And then, you know, you're drawing out the torso. And then the hips. I guess I should be more confident with my shapes here. Anyway. Yeah, candle gripper, I guess this is called. Like, I think it's really good for, like, not, yeah, at the 90-degree angle. It's a very artsy-fartsy way of doing things. I never really got into this, holding this. I tried it a little bit when I was studying Proco. Obviously, you could tell by this that I never really got a hang of Proco. My figures have a clunkiness to them. Let's see. I can. Anyway. What would even someone in this position be? Anyway. Yeah, candle grip. Anytime I draw candle grip, or anytime like I even attempt candle grip, I'm like, whoa, I feel like a master of drawing. Anytime I like hold even just holding like my pencil like this without even like doing anything, I feel like I'm doing something. I feel like I'm an artist. Like I am a master of drawing. But at the end of the day, my natural hand grip. I don't know. You know, I haven't even really tried candle grip for this. I feel like this was like, you know, is very designed for just like regular grip, because there's all these really small lines, right? Like if you're getting really expressive with your lines, and you know, you can feel free to share your own thoughts too if you disagree or agree or whatever. You know, if you're able to just like free and do like very expressive stuff, then that grip is great. But if you're like really focused on, you know, quick details like these little lines, these little jagged areas, you got to have just a little bit more control. You know, not totally like writing grip, but just a little bit of a distance grip, I guess. I don't know what the different grips are called. But yeah, is this did you study Proco or that style? I don't know what do they call it, like the 2 eggs style or something? So Proco, let me see. Let me pick up Proco. Ah, here we go. It's called gesture drawing. Let me sign in. Let me see if I can sign in here. Can't even remember if I have the same account. Here we go. So this is Proco's course. I actually recommend his drawing drawing course as well. But his drawing course is totally different than this. They got caricature, they got figure drawing, portrait drawing. Let's see. Yeah, he's got portrait drawing. I mean, he's pretty amazing at drawing, but the style is very different than this. I would say, like, you know, his style, his lessons are probably not more advanced, but just like more expressive. You know, you could tell that there's stiffness to these figures. There's no movement. There's no like expression, which, you know, that was kind of the style of the time. But you could tell his figures, they got movement. They got, you know, they got all this stuff to it. But this is Proco. So Stan Prokopenko is the creator of Proco.com. And he's basically, you know, an artist. But he made all these great courses, these online courses. Great business person. Ninjuki. Makes things a little longer than they actually were. Yeah, I mean, you know, as long as you figured it out, or, you know, does that actually affect on a regular basis how your things turned out? Like, was it a significant? Did it significantly impact your ability to work, or, you know, tell us how you overcame it. Tell us your story, your hero's journey. Your hero's journey of struggling from somebody who constantly over-lengthened the things he drew to something to not doing that. What's that hero's journey like? I struggle with that too sometimes. I struggle with that too all the time, actually. But yeah, I'll be on here for a couple hours tonight, and we'll be working for a few hours. So see how this hand's coming along. The hand's coming along okay. Looks a little different when you look at it from a different angle. And you know what? There's a lot of shadow. There's this outline of a shadow here, and I don't like that the outline stands out so much. So I need to darken some of the shadows, as Omizu got me for the other day, saying that my shadows weren't dark enough. And you know what? He's right. He is right that my shadows were not really dark enough. And let's go like this. And let's see how the shadow changes. Yeah, that shadow's good. I like it. It's good. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know who I'm saying thank you to. By the way, if you're on these streams long enough, you know that sometimes I say things and I'm like, what was I thinking? Oh, I was thinking, I think what I was thinking is I was thanking Omizu Paints. Even though I'm thanking Omizu Paints for something he said previously, not necessarily something he just said in this live stream. I was thanking Omizu for being like, dude, go darker with the shadows. Last time. Not this time, but like last probably 6 streams ago. So here we go. We're gonna go in with this light shadow into this piece of the hand here. And here we go. Let's do this. Let's make some cool stuff. I am welcome. Thank you. Alright, so let's see what else here. We'll be building this up. By the way, Ninjuki, if you haven't noticed already, this isn't like a tutorial live stream. I don't do tutorials. This is more like, hey, what's up? This is an art community that has continued to grow quite a lot. So if you're also thinking of if you're thinking of live streaming or that kind of doing anything tied to art like live streaming, we also talk about that as well. So here we go. Let's go add in some shadows, some darker shadows into this. We're going to go bring back our 6B pencil. And let's go like this. And now we've got some nice shadow here. And there we go. I think we got our first hand. It looks a little clunky around out here, but you know what? Good progress. Let's get a little creative with it. Let's get in some random things here. Let's just draw some squiggles so that it's never like just so simple that it's just a total copy. Always want to add our own little twist to it. I don't know what this is, but let's carve in the word YouTube right here. I'm just gonna leave it at you. Kept seeing me do these Bargue plates. It's a challenge you've been meaning to do. Yo, if it's a challenge, let's talk about that. It's a challenge. You've been wanting to challenge yourself. What is the end goal of that thing? What made you want to challenge yourself with this with the Bargue plates out of anything, out of everything? By the way, do you have a YouTube channel or Instagram? If you have an Instagram, you know, you can share with us your Instagram, and you know, happy to talk about it. Happy to talk about your art, regardless of what level you are. If you're really good, we'll probably say a lot of positive things. If you're really bad, we'll probably say a lot of positive things. And you know, depending on who's in here, I don't know if someone will make fun of them, but I can't control what people say in here. I can only moderate what happens after. But totally kidding, you know. If you want a roast, you can get it. But that's not the norm. Yeah, these Bargue plates are exciting. You know, after you finish them, it just feel like you've done something really nice. Like you did something really good artistically. But I also think where Bargue plates come from compared to like Proco is, I think where Proco is really good. You know, where Proco is really good. I mean, Proco is just really, really good at drawing a lot of different things. But he ends up filling like the whole thing with some cool stuff. What is this crazy figure? Oh, look at that. That's his art from high school. He's pretty talented. That's why he's so good. That's why he's got such a great business going. That's not a pencil sketch. I don't think so. You know, these are all, that's got to be digital. Is that digital? No, it's not digital. But I think where this come from is the old school, like chiaroscuro or Caravaggio, whatever. When, you know, you're able to really create these high contrast areas between light and dark. Whereas this seems like Proco pretty much, you know, does a variety of shadows for pretty much everything. You know, you could look here, and he has like 1, 2, 3, 4. He has like 5 values. Whereas, you know, most Bargue plates probably only have like 3, maybe 4. Which, you know, I would say that makes it much easier to just have like 3 or 4 values. But where I think it's more interesting is the 3 or 4 values. You know, the challenge is which values do you pick to really define and transform everything. Yeah, Proco's really talented, really amazing. Yeah, anyway. Black paper, dude, that is a really good idea. I hope that you run with that idea. And you know what? I don't say this to everybody, but I say this to some people. Like, you know, one thing about my live stream is, you know, I have people from all ages coming in here. I don't know how old you are. You should keep your age private, but you don't need to share it. But I'm just sharing this, like, you know, some of the younger people that have come in here, you know, they tell me, oh, hey, I've been wanting to do this. And then, you know, they'll come into my live stream a bunch of times. And, you know, they'll come in a couple times and they'll be like, yeah, I'm thinking about doing it. I'm thinking about doing it. And they never really get to it. And sometimes I say, hey, listen, you know, I'm going to hold you accountable. If it's something you really want to do and you're okay with it, that I'm going to say, hey, you're not allowed to come back here and watch this live stream until you've done what you set out to do. Now, obviously, I can't keep them out, right? It's not like I put a password on this live stream. But it's my way of helping to contribute to... And sometimes they never come back, so I never know actually what happens. But it's my way of contributing a little bit of personal motivation. It's probably not the best way to run a channel. Say, hey, don't ever come back until you've accomplished your goal. But you know what? We've all got our flavor of running a channel, right? Go for those goals, people. If you haven't made progress, success is the only way. All right, anyways, let's go on our next hand. If it is something you really want to do, if Bargue is something you really want to do, you know what? Like, you don't even have to keep watching what I'm saying right now. Like, you don't even have to keep watching this video. I urge you to... You know, one thing I know, some YouTubers are so good at captivating their audiences that, you know, they're just so captivating that they can keep their viewers' attention for hours and hours and hours. And that's not what I want to do. You know, I would rather be here and be like, yo, like, go to archive.org. You know, don't even, I mean, you don't have to wait until you get black paper and white charcoal. Like, you know, go for it. Go for this. You could do one series with just pen and paper or pencil and paper, and then another series with white charcoal and black paper. But, you know, I feel like if I'm captivating and you're watching this hoping that to find some inspiration to finally take on your challenge, I say, you know, go do it now. Turn off this video. Go to the store. If you really want to do the black paper and white charcoal project, you know, go to Michael's, pick up the white charcoal or even chalk and get a blackboard. Costs what, like maybe $30, plus you get like a $5 coupon for later or something. Now, if you're snowed in, that might be a bit more challenge. You might have to just pick up pencil and paper. But, you know, not trying to kick you out or push you away, just saying, you know, I don't want you to feel bad sitting here and feel bad to leave. So sometimes I feel like my tough love is saying, hey, go do it. Just go. Go do it. Turn off the video, and as soon as you're done, turn off this video. You know, go to Internet Archive or look up Charles Bargue drawing course on Internet Archive. Like, these are all available to you. Again, I believe this is in a public domain. The original is in the public domain, which means it's totally available. Jean Leon Jerome, public domain, and you can find it. This is just a reprint. I think it's in a public domain. I don't know, but it's there. Archive.org is a place where you could post public domain stuff, so it's all there. Everything that I'm doing here is available online for your own entertainment, your own personal growth, artistic development. It is all there, ready for you to tackle. So, if you feel there's something else I can say to help you move towards it a little better. And I will say the print job wasn't even that great on this, because I could see some things missing right now as I look into this. So I could see the thumb was actually a little bit more detailed in this one than it is in this piece. So the print job's okay on this book. Or I don't know, is it? Or am I just imagining that? Yeah, there's like a subtle... No, actually, it's not that much better. It looks like there's a little bit more depth into the original thumb. Or into this video, or this camera version. But anyway. But hey, if you're here just to chill out, just to observe and watch and enjoy, that you're totally welcome to. My intention is not to, you know, be overly, hey, go, go, go. Sometimes people just like to just come in here and chill, and that's great. That's the goal here, is having an artist community after all. So let's actually do another one. We're going to go, I need to sharpen this. This is starting to get a little bit too clunky. So the reason why I use this is because I learned this from some mentors. And I don't think it's necessarily the best for what I'm doing, but I've had these pencils and I've never used them, and I never plan to use them after I'm out of them. Maybe. You never know what'll happen. But basically this is a, like, animators use this because it helps them, like, draw, and then they could draw their final lines after, similar to what I'm doing. But let me go ahead with our colored pencil sharpening. Oh, that's nice. That's a quick sharpen. Our good old Faber-Castell sharpener comes with 3 sharpeners in one. A color pencil sharpener, a graphite sharpener, and a jumbo graphite sharpener. I don't have a jumbo graphite, but it does a pretty good job. Gives it a nice sharp point. I like it. So let's do this next piece right now. You know, this one I want to go like this. Let's go. You know, I want to change up my brain a little bit. I want to hack my brain a little bit. Sometimes I like to do things differently than I would do it that I might do it normally. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from right to left. I'm like obsessed with, like, brain hacking, like hacking your own brain, just tricking your brain into doing things differently, so that, you know, you're constantly training different muscles in your brain. Or I guess there's no muscles in your brain, but different parts of your brain. You could call it different muscles. There's an idea muscle. It's a figurative muscle. We're talking figurative muscles here. Figurative brain muscles, creative muscles, the visual aesthetics muscles, all sorts of muscles in your brain. So if anybody wants to debate me on whether the brain can be trained like a muscle, feel free to. Feel free to disagree and, you know, overanalyze my words. But, because I already do enough of that. I already overanalyze my words. So anyway, trying to do this from the right to left. My natural tendency is to go right to left, but I'm going to go, or left to right, but I'm going to go right to left. So let's see, let's just draw this line straight up here. So I think as long as this line goes up, and let's see. And this is actually a good line right here. Maybe it could be a little less curved, but that's all right. We're gonna go, it's a good length. So let's go up here. And we're gonna go go up with this length. And think of the angle here. And here we go. Let's go like this. And we're gonna have another angle coming down here. I don't know exactly what angle this is gonna be yet. You know what? Here, let's go. Let's go like this. We're gonna go crossover right here. A little bit smaller than that. Let's draw this across. And let me share what I'm thinking right now in case anybody's wondering. You know, sometimes it's these like subtle thoughts that I think are helpful for people to hear rather than like the big sweeping thoughts like, well, this should be dark and this should be darker than this area. But, you know, the thing that's on my mind right now is I feel stuck on this area, like right here, like on this part of the wrist right here. I still have, there's still so much I haven't, you know, feel like I'm not fully committed to yet. So because I'm stuck here on my mind right now, I'm like, you know, what can I do to keep myself moving forward? Which is this section right here. I'm gonna just draw this bottom part. And the idea is to keep moving. I know some artists, they like to like sit back, look until like until they're finally ready, right? Or they actually draw out these like sketch and design lines, which is anyways fine. But I'm just sharing my own approach to this right now is like, you know, if I was feeling stuck here on this section, I'm not gonna, you know, stay here and stare at it. I prefer to, you know, keep moving, especially with the sketching phase. And since I have a tool that actually helps you helps you to like not, you know, if I was doing this with pencil, like really dark pencil, it would constantly be annoying having to erase and re-erase and everything. But because I have this sketch pencil that's a little bit lighter than these, what's going to happen underneath here, it's going to be underneath. I feel okay doing that. So, you know, depending on the materials, it all changes, right? But ultimately, that's what's on my mind. That's what's on my mind, people. Just in case y'all are wondering if I'm human or not, yes, I am a human being who has challenges. I am humanly challenged. I am humanly challenged. That should be a term. Humanly challenged. And I don't want this to curve. Yeah, I feel like this angle isn't steep enough. So I'm definitely going to have to erase this right here. This angle ain't steep enough. And right around here, let's go There we go. That's a little better. So we're going to go up. Let's see. Right here. Yeah. We go up. And here we go. I think the one other thing I should do is reduce the length of this. Are we human or are we dancer? We're a bit of both. Cat, what's up, babe? So here we go. I am humanly challenged and I have my own issues. But they're great issues. I love my issues because it's these habits, these issues that, you know, that all of us artists or striving artists or thriving artists, I believe we should embrace them because that's where our style, you know, people are always asking, like, how do you develop a personal style? You know, how do you develop a personal style? And I think the answer is like it's just there, you know? Like your personal style is already there. Like obviously if you want to develop like an iconic Picasso, you know, that's different. That's not a personal style. That's like, you know, a combination of years and years of developing a personal style combined with, you know, couple sudden moments of realization. And that's how you develop like a unique icon. Like that's not the question of how do you develop a style, right? Like Picasso, his style did like, how do I want to put this? This is the first time I'm actually saying something like this, trying to debate it. But at the same time I'm trying to draw, but like Picasso's cubism came from years and years, like 20 years of being an artist and putting in the effort, and then a couple moments of just super, you know, super like life-changing experiences that helped him to define his style. Is I guess what I'm trying to say. You know, you don't go from just a great painter to developing something iconic like cubism through like personal habit alone. There has to be like inspirations there. And this is total opinion about Picasso. But, you know, Picasso wasn't like just drawing one day and being like, oh, let me, you know, he wasn't just like drawing a face. He wasn't just like drawing a face one day. As far as history explains, you know, he wasn't just drawing a face one day. And was like, oh, let me put the mouth like where the eye should be. And then, you know, like draw the face this way. He wasn't like actually sitting like that. He was an amazing, talented, traditional artist. And then one day he saw like a mask, like an African tribal mask. I'm just going to make one up right now. He once saw a very like, you know, African, like a primitive tribal mask that was from some country in Africa. And he decided, oh, that was like his inspiration. And he decided to run with it into cubism. And, you know, but I think the habit that actually helped to prompt that wasn't from just drawing and his habits in drawing, his personal style, but like, you know, the habit of constantly being on a lookout for discovery and discovering, trying to constantly be on the lookout for discovering ideas. But definitely our habits are your quirks. All these wonderful things about all of us are what helps us to create unique artworks. And let's go like this. This needs to be at a bit more of an angle here. So here we go. Actually, one more time. One more time with this line here. We're going to go like that. That's about the same length as that, which should be fine. And then let's go right here. This will be our first line as we start to define the rest of our fingers here. What's great about Bargue is it's really good at like teaching you to like start to look at how things are, you know, in relation to one another, just using basic lines and geometry. And here we go. We're just going to keep this going down here. Just needs to be at about an angle, like a really nice angle right there. And then bring this down a little bit more. But one thing I actually really love about Bargue is, you know, it's not about like getting the perfect lines or whatever. It's like really about learning how to see, learning how to, you know, find proportions, find, you know, end points and start points for anything that you're drawing. And I think that really does a good job of like helping to carry over into drawing pretty much anything you could possibly want. go like this. You know what? So let's go. And here we go. Hands, hands, hands. Let's go right here. Oof. So one thing that's great is you can kind of see like where this needs to go. So I can see if these fingers just are not right because, you know, the length is just weird. So let's build this down here. And I need to just push this a little bit further. And just a subtle change here. So we're gonna go like that, like that, like that. That's a little better. Let's find one more hand here. And you know what's interesting is like my bigger pieces end up being better because like I've already done it at least once and I'm like already seeing some of my mistakes. Like I already feel like this is going to be too short of a line, this area right here. But I'm just going to keep going with this and just see how it turns out. See, you know, there's definitely one field of thought, creative thought that's like, you know, if you see a problem, deal with it right away. You know, don't keep going through. But I am curious to see the actual impact of it and see if it really looks that bad. Hey, what are you doing? This cat was about to knock my eraser off. He's literally like trying to get my attention over here. Check this guy out. Can you see him? He's a joy. He's a goofy little guy. Always puking on... Not always puking. He pukes when he has too much catnip. Likes cats. I hope y'all likes cats because you're about to... I hope none of you are superstitious. If you're superstitious, now's the time to exit this live stream because he's a black cat and you're about to have your path crossed by a black cat. He is the luckiest cat ever. He's a lucky cat, this guy. Alright, he's gone. Now let's get back to work. Alright. Let's see how this piece is looking right now. We're going to go up. And then we're going to bring this down. I can already see these... the fingers are a bit disproportionate. But we're just going to go with it, you know. Dude, Scott, look at this guy. What is he? Who does he think he is? Who does this cat think he is? Watch him. He's gonna try to knock something over. You gonna try to knock something over? Okay, he's not, but... Alright, bud. Why are you so dusty? We should have named it. There's a couple other names we were gonna name him. One was Dusty. We almost named him Dusty. That's another name we could have named him. Dusty. Could have named him... My girlfriend almost wanted to name him Pookie. Mwah. Love this guy. What a lovable little kitten. He's still a kitten to me. He's pretty big now. He's getting big. He's like 3/4 of a full-size cat now. Look how handsome he is. Look how handsome this guy is, this cat. Look at his teeth. Smile. Smile. Look at his beautiful smile. Look at his smile. His teeth are so big now. Yes. Handsome cat. I can't wait to get rid of this green rag that's on his table. This green rag makes his table look so ratchety. My partner wanted to put it up because I kept getting paint all over her table and she was very upset about it. But it looks so tacky. Look at his beautiful eyes. Look at these beautiful eyes, bro. Beautiful yellow. Alright, you're gonna go down now. Go down. Oh, he wants to stay up here. Okay. I see. I see you don't want to listen to me. I see you want to annoy us and get attention. But he doesn't like attention. He only likes attention on his own time, not on anybody else's. On his own time, not our time, not when we have time, just on his own time. We should all learn from cats and like learn how to claim our own time, you know? Give so much of our time to other people, but we never really ask. We never really try to claim our own time, demand attention on our own time. Right? Is that a lesson you could teach us as a cat scout? Is that a lesson? Yes, handsome boy. Scout, this live stream doesn't want to see you. Which probably isn't true, but I say it anyway. Scout, stop. Psst, psst, psst. Hey, stop messing with my cables. Mwah. I'm trying to decide whether he's going to come back or whether he's going to go away. No, he's back. You know what I love about cats? Or like really well-behaved cats is they'll I love the intelligence, seeing the intelligence of cats because they know like their own power. You know, they know that their claws are sharp. And you know, it's nice to have like a cat and they know that like if they pat your hand to like not use their claws. And that's like a sign of like physical intelligence to me, you know? Like they're conscious of their own strengths. When a cat recognizes its own power, the power of a deadly claw, it's very fascinating to me. So I don't really like how this all this hair is now on this. So I don't really like how this hand's turning out. I can already see that some parts are going to be really a little bit too not long enough. And honestly, I don't really know what to do at this point. Maybe I could just lengthen each of these. Let me see. Let's go like this. Let's see how we can fix it. You know, let's work on adjusting our mistakes. See how we can lengthen each and every one of these lines right here. Maybe we could go. Yeah, that's a little better. And then, you know, I'm gonna go push this line out further. That's a little better. And then this one is going to go just a little bit further here. There we go. Actually, that's pretty good. That's a little better. Just a subtle shift in this length of finger right here. Earlier, just felt a little, they weren't long enough. And I felt like the fingers are going to look a little clunky. But I think this is good now. I think we're in a good spot. And now all we got to do, let's see where this is supposed to be. If I go straight up, yeah, it's about in the right spot. So we're good, we're good. Let's go right here. This pretty much ends right around the wrist there. And there we go. Let's drop this down right down here. And there we go. Let's see about this area right here. Just this curve looks a little bit too long compared to, just needs to be a more delicate roundness. Ah, that's better. That's actually a lot better. All right, cool. So let's see where this goes. This is going to be right there. We're going to find this line. I feel like this is a really weird line right here because without enough explanation, you know, it could be really confusing. But I think what it's saying is, you know, try to create like an elegant, you know, an elegant space right here, right? If I had to guess, I would say that that's what it's trying to tell you is like, You know, this aesthetic right here, don't end it like right here. End it a little bit further, but try to use like some type of visual angle to help guide everything. That's what I think it's trying to say. If I'm gonna, you know, think about what Bargue came from, is just like classical drawing style. So, but it's not explicitly stated, and that's my guess. If I had to guess, that's what it would be saying is, you know, extend this out. Don't just end it and like make it make sense by creating this like visual concept right here. And you can already see some of the issues here because, like, look at this. This block is quite a bit thicker, but we'll make it happen. We'll make it work. We will find ways to make this wonderful. So let's go ahead and bring our pencil out. I'm going to use our STAEDTLER. I don't actually know how it's pronounced, but STAEDTLER. You know, I can actually decrease the length of this one a little bit. Let's go like this. And here we go. And here we go. We're going to bring this around. Give this the curves that it deserves. And here we go. So this is all going to be in shadow. And let's go ahead and sketch out some more shadow right here. And let's keep this going. So as I start to trace over what I just designed, what I just did. Yes, right now I'm basically tracing over what I originally did. Let me see how this curve goes. We're gonna go around. Give it like a nice round curve. Bring it to the front here. I'm always amazed at how subtle the edges are, the angles that they're able to make them. And let's go like this. And here we go. So still building out some of these designs here. Just planning out our figure here. And here we go. And there let's see. Just building this up a little bit further. Actually, not a little bit further. You still got a lot to do. We still got a lot of things to do. A couple more lines to draw. I want to establish this line right here. Actually, let's finish this other finger here before we decide on anything else. Let's see. When I say decide, I mean like, I think that's the biggest thing about drawing. Obviously, when you're drawing, depending on what you're drawing, you're constantly thinking like, what, where does this line stop? What is the angle of this line? How long is this line? What's this shape here? But I think the thing that actually, when you're drawing, that that you're constantly doing is really, it's just a series of decision making, making decisions, making choices, making a choice to finalize a section and decide that it's good enough, or that it's ready. And that's what I mean by making a decision, making choices. And this all converges like right here. Let's see. Where's this converge? All these converge right here. And let's get our finger. And now let's edit some shadows now. Draw the shadow. Let's go with another shadow up here. And this line's going to come down nice, and it's going to thicken this line here. And I think this shadow is just going to basically curve around and go like this. Let's see how we find this piece right here. I'm going to go up, sketching out some of the shadows ahead of time. About halfway up the finger. And then we're going to go around. And there we have it. And let's get another shadow right as we go into here. So we're going to go, bam. This is going to be totally into shadow. So once we go here, we're just going to follow the shape of this hand right now. Let's just follow the shape of this hand. One thing that's cool is because of these shadows, I actually have some wiggle room to create some better shapes in the shadows. But as we go up to here, let's see, we're going to go. And then we're going to go down here. And let's see how this goes. You like that song? Are we human or are we dancer? Yeah, what's up, Dondrell? Good to catch a familiar name. How's Venice been? And here we go. I've been nailing it. Thanks, man. Thank you. Really appreciate the recognition, sir. This is fantastic. You know, just reading an Instagram post today that was saying how, like, you know, how valuable it is to have like a creative community, an artist community. And of course they were, you know, they were offering like a little, like, they were offering like a platform to get people, but to connect people. But I find it so interesting that, like, you know, it's all here on YouTube, right? You do all of that straight through YouTube to have like find a supportive community, whether you stream or not. There's some wonderful, wonderful ways to expand your personal network on YouTube. Thanks, man. Venice weekend was awesome. Amazing, dude. Thank you. So right now I'm thinking this figure comes up right here. And I'm trying to navigate this section right here. All right, so that's like a angle right there for some shadow. And we're gonna go a little bit up right here. And once I have that, I think we're ready to go in with a... Wow, such a blessing to be able to be a teacher. Oh, by the way, for, you know, other people in this live right now, who is Dondra Lee Artistry? As you could tell by his username Artistry, he is also an artist, but a live streaming artist. And you know what's great is Dondrell is an artist that you can find regularly in person, and so is Omizu. I mean, you can't find Omizu in person. But Dondrell, if you're ever in Venice Beach looking for some artwork to purchase, Dondrell actually spends a lot of time in Venice. But let's talk about channels here, since we've got a couple other streamers. We'll start with Dondrell, and then we'll talk about Omizu, of course. I need a little break from because I already finished some main ideas, so let me go ahead and just take a time to enjoy other people's artwork. So some of Dondrell's work right here. Oh, look at that. He ran that pencil to the nub, or whatever that... I'm guessing that's some type of pencil, or charcoal pencil. Look at that. Look, that's awesome. Running it down to the end. Just that free... Just these free drawing ideas. Love it. And look at that. Compilation of a variety of like faces and figures. This is imagination at its finest. Imagination, or maybe like, you know, I don't even know. Like if you ever watch Dondrell, you know, as I watch him, I wonder, is this the imagination at work, or is it literally just like, you know, this expression fueling, you know, whatever comes out of his hands, you know? Because like, I think on one hand, imagination would be like having the image already and then putting it on here. But then there's this other free nature of like taking your pencil and just going with whatever expression / imagination comes out. I mean, there's different types of imagination. That's not the, you know, the final definition, obviously. It's pretty cool. I like the way these pieces are arranged. But yeah, so Omizu's work, he sells them on Venice Beach in Venice, California, where they used to have the iconic what's it called? Venice Boardwalk, where they have Muscle Beach and everything, and all the skateboarding, and you know, where part of the Olympics is going to be probably taking place, maybe part of the Olympics in 2028. So great stuff. And that's just another is this Dandrel moving into ready-made? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Some ready-made stuff. I like that. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Look at that studio. Pretty amazing studio. All right, let's go take a look at Omizu's now, since we've got, you know, more than one artist to hassle. And hey, Omizu is live right now. Omizu is live. So let's actually look at Omizu's channel as a whole, not just the live stream. Oh, my audio turned off. Here we go. So Omizu also does tons of live stream. You know what I think is awesome about Omizu's channel is like he's like so consistent with like his advertising, his branding, his marketing. Like if he's got a series, he like, you know, sticks with it and uses, you know, he like, you know exactly what you're getting. You know exactly what you're getting. You're either getting his illustration, or, you know, you're getting his digital nostalgic 8-bit designs, or you're getting some of his paintings, or there's all sorts of things. But it's great that like you could just see this brand consistency. This is probably an amazing. This is one of the top works. Most popular was his Mecha Godzilla, or Mechazilla, or whatever. These are fun. Let's look at Omizu's shorts. Let's take a look at some of his shorts. These are hilarious. It's like art within art, but like they're just amusing. These characters, so unique. These characters. That obviously David. look at this animation of this of Scream. How hilarious is that? What a great animation of Scream. 8-bit. Love the feeling here. Mona Lisa. I love the moon just like moving across the top slowly. You totally miss that if you're like not paying attention. But you know what's interesting? So like some people say that like if you're like looking at something, and you know there can be like, I don't know if you've ever seen that experiment where there's like you're watching a bunch of things going on and suddenly there's a gorilla in the background, and then you replay the video and it says that there's a gorilla in the background, but you didn't see the actual gorilla playing basketball in the first time. You have to like be notified of it. But I feel like that moon is something like that, except, you know, there's not so much movement that you can actually see it. And it does, you know, it does bring that attention to that. Yeah, these 8-bit animations just going really simple, or pixel art animations are great. Yeah, you trying to hypnotize us, Omizu? Is that what's going on here? Some hypnotism? That's funny. Alright, well, Sukiyaki 5, let's see the names. Was here, Sukiyaki 5, was here, Ecstasy. There we go. Is this the feeling of ecstasy? Just joy of artwork, joy of being around artwork. That's ecstasy right there. Alright, so, Omizu, Dandrel, they're here now. But now let's get back to some of this. Hey, babe. Welcome back.
Thank you. Hi.
So here we go. We got our 6B. We got our 6B STAEDTLER.
Hi.
And we're going to go right into here. Let's actually bring this down a bit and bring this up a bit. Let's go right here. A little closer. Let's make a...
Hi.
You know what? I think just this little bit was enough to make the line a little bit more accurate as far as how long it is or how wide it is. So let's go into here. I'm gonna use some nice dark shadows to create this section right here. Go really deep with our really deep, is that the word? Really, we're gonna press hard with our pencil here to create a dark. So as you can tell, one thing about Bargue is you can really catch, like, when I see this, I see like mainly four subtle shadows, right? You got the darkest shadows, and then you got like a little bit of a lighter shadow along the knuckles, which I don't know if y'all can see this on camera. Let me see if I can actually put this closer, and maybe you can. But you know, if you look really closely, you can see a little bit of a subtle transition. Does changing the angle of this help? But anyway, the shadows along the knuckles are just a little bit lighter, and then you know there's the full no value everything else. But you know, this at least gives you an idea. So the trick I use for it is I basically just go a 6B for the darkest shadows, my 6B, which would be, you know, the 6B pencil, which happens to have the softest lead, which gives you the most lead when you onto the surface, which means it gets a little darker. And I use like a 2B for for other shadows, those subtler shadows. But the 6B is really good at just getting a nice deep color. Nice deep color here. And here we go. We're going to go like this right up here. And we're going to go around like this. You know, now's a good time to add some form, round out some of the shapes. It doesn't look too sharp as far as the corners go. Like right here, I could have just left it as like a sharp corner, but that wouldn't really look right. So I'm gonna go boom, 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 boom. That's it. We can go all the way up here with this pencil. And the one thing about pencils, though, that you want to be careful with, which I'm learning now, I usually, you know, I spend a lot of time painting. So, like, you know, you don't really have to worry about this. You worry about this in a different way. But, like, you know, if you want your, you know, anytime you have, like, a circle, right? Or anytime you have, like, a surface, any surface, you know, except if it's a flat surface, you know, the light gets, like, dark. You know, the light kind of like disappears towards the edges of like a round surface. So like when I'm doing this, I realize that, you know, if the brightest light is here, then I have to make sure, I have to be cautious not to press as hard as it gets closer to the light, because otherwise that'll ruin the illusion a little bit. And honestly, I think some of these shadows don't even make sense on the Bargue. Like if you're trying to study light and shadow, and, you know, reflective light and all that, I don't really know if Bargue is the best way to do it. I think it's really good at studying dramatic shadow, dramatic lighting. But, you know, when I'm looking at this, I'm like, how does the shadow become this harsh across this piece? But of course, I think art has advanced so much as far as what we understand about the illusion of how light works. Like if we look at art back in the day, like the classical pieces, and we study, I can't remember if it's Caravaggio or chiaroscuro, whatever the one that means like using really, the classical painting style, right? Where everything is like really dark around the figure. Everything on the outside is like really dark, and you have like these really dark shadows on the figure, and it's just super dramatic. But like that's a really unrealistic environment
I'm gonna eat.
for the most part. Huh?
I'm gonna eat. Did you eat already?
No. Yeah, go ahead and eat. Yeah, I'm good. So here we go.
Oh. Oh. Guess what that is?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. All right. I can't remember if I finished my thought there, but chiaroscuro or like Caravaggios, they're just, we've all seen it. We all know that, like, where it's super dramatic with like the really dark brown background, and gosh, I always got to remember that I try to talk about things when I could just show them, but I think it's because I get so caught up in the drawing that I forget to chiaroscuro. I don't even know how to spell it. Chiaroscuro. Alright, so chiaroscuro is basically, any of these classical old paintings that, just had like a super, super dark background, which you would pretty much never have, right? Like, it would be, like, if it's so unrealistic, which probably is what makes it so interesting. But, with so many advancements on our understanding of, like, light and everything, art has really changed a lot. But, this background would never, if you actually had a light shining in this way on these people, this background would never be that dark. So, this is just one style. So chiaroscuro, even this is an example, I guess, is, these really huge transitions of like shadow, these dark shadows along the face. All this classical style, right? Just these super, like, not even shadows. I wouldn't even call this a shadow because this is just a part of the painting at this point. But, maybe the shadows along the side of the body and versus the light on the side of the body. Really dark transition, right? It's not like a subtle transition. And then, this very dark background. I guess this is like some sort of, what is this? This almost looks like it was done in the studio. And the guy put a bunch of the artist put a bunch of drapery here, and like they decided to paint the drapery in. But like, look at this very dark drapery or whatever, combined with this like almost white arm. So that's chiaroscuro. Let's look up the actual definition of chiaroscuro and sfumato. So that was the key. It lasted from 1480 to today. It's still around, of course. Oh yeah, girl with the pearl earring, right? Chiaroscuro, super dark background. You would never have this dark of a background without any light on it whatsoever. It would be like almost impossible. So If we talk about real realism, I think Omizu came up with the best quote the other day. I can't remember. Realism is not the superficial. Let's see, what did Omizu say? Realism is not based in the superficiality of what we see, but of what we experience. So I don't know if he came up with that himself, but it sounds good, and I'm just going to credit him with that because he's the one that told it to me. So, Renaissance, what's the definition? Grandeur, Renaissance, drama, and depth was the goal. Light, clear, scuro, dark, or obscure became an artistic method using gradation of light and shadow to create convincing three-dimensional scenes. Leonardo da Vinci was a chiaroscuro master, pioneered sfumato, meaning the varnish like smoke, involved applying layers of thin glazes to inform a foggy, almost ethereal effect. Caravaggio would play a leading role as well in the creation of tenebrism, another style that focused on the intense contrast between dark and light elements of a painting. So let's look up tenebrism, because chiaroscuro versus tenebrism. Highlight by a more pronounced contrast. Okay, so I think chiaroscuro, tenebrism is just like extreme chiaroscuro. Like, I'm guessing this would be tenebrism, using a totally like a super pitch black background with, you know, really light lights around the figure. And even in here, like, you know, this is almost like pretty much the same as the background, some of the shadows on the figure. So that's what I guess. Years ago, early on in the love of art, while I was still in my teens, I read a definition of tenebrism that I interpreted to mean it was just another word for chiaroscuro. So tenebroso. Not wrong, but it's incomplete. It's seldom used in discussion of Caravaggio. It's typically subsumed into. Okay, so chiaroscuro. Alright, so the difference, those of you who are curious, difference between chiaroscuro and tenebrism is more about the subtle transitions of light and shade, whereas tenebrism is like, let's look at the definition. The original Italian tenebroso, meaning dark, gloomy, mysterious. Tenebrism describes a compositional technique in which some areas of paint are kept completely black, allowing other areas to be strongly illuminated. Usually from a single source of light, there's no modeling involved, no attempt to include forms in the darkness, which is a dominating feature of the image. So that's tenebrism. Anything that's like, that you ever see a totally black background. But then chiaroscuro is the more subtle transition. So, you know, tenebrism, basically extreme chiaroscuro. Let's see if it gives a chiaroscuro describes distinct but less extreme contrast light and shade, uses shadow to create the illusion of three dimension rather than a pure tenebrous blackness. Chiaroscuro darkness holds some degree of light, making objects and figures detectable in the shadows, introducing the illusion of volume. So, back to what the original idea here was. Back to what the original idea was. What I think, what I believe, Bargue and Jerome, the Bargue plates, really wanted to do was they really wanted to keep this idea of either chiaroscuro or even tenebrism. You know, it still is like the ruling. And anytime we see a classical painting, we're like astounded by it because there's so much drama, so much story, so much like power in a classical painting. And of course, there's a technical skill, whatever. But like, what is that technical skill really breaking down into? And I think, you know, it's the illusion that is created by these amazing and talented artists, partially with these effects, right? If someone knows how to create a very dark background and dramatize it, you know, they're considered, like, that's a skill in itself. So tenebrism. And I guess this wouldn't even be necessarily tenebrism, maybe a bit more chiaroscuro, but ultimately, you know, this really big transition, just the transition of like light and dark. That's so, you know, I guess the original part of this was what I was saying is, you know, this feels very unrealistic. Like, I feel like if you were really trying to go for super realism, which Bargue is not, you know, this Bargue is totally about classical aesthetics. And when we're thinking about this, and we're like, rather than focusing on realism, you know, just looking at it, this shadow just is not realistic, right? Like, I feel like overall, if you really wanted to be a master of light and darkness, or light and shade, whatever, you know, it'd be much more subtle, curving around the hand here, maybe. But anyway, let's see on my own hand. Is it? Let's see on our own hand. Oh, maybe it's accurate. Where's the light coming from? Let's see where the light comes from. Let's actually do a self-study here. You know what's interesting? So now that I'm looking at it, there is a really, I mean, there's a little bit of a transition, like right around here as you look at my arm. And you can see the light just reflecting totally light here, this like line of light. And you can see it, you know, my skin getting a little bit like darker brown. But then right here, it's like totally like a dark purple. Like a really dark purple around here. But I really love to see like just this line. But I still think, I don't know, it's hard for me to decide whether it's a subtle transition or whether it's just like a really abrupt transition like what they're doing here. But anyway, as you're looking through Bargue, what I notice is that, you know, it's not about the subtlety, you know, it's not about the subtleties. It's not about the subtle, you know, the subtleties. It's about this classical aesthetic, this dramatic, this drama that you can create with just basically two colors, black and white, just two colors. Maybe a little bit of a lighter black or like a gray, aka a gray, but for the most part, there's so much visual beauty that can be created with just a couple of just these two colors. So here we go. Let's go. I'm going for the darkest shadows first, so I'm using a 6B pencil to try and capture those. And then I'm gonna do the lighter shadows, which I'll use a 2B pencil. It's gonna be a slightly different pencil for that, just so you can see something a little bit different, just so we can capture a bit of a different, just a more subtle transition. Subtle. And here we go. We're gonna go with this. Activating two naturally occurring hormone receptors in my body, it works differently. It's changing what I believe is possible. And let's see, where does this go? All right, so we've got this right here. Let's go with a 2B. I'm gonna drop down to a 2B pencil. So what I'm saying with these pencils, right? I should probably even use a lighter one, but basically you can see here, right? So the way these leads are designed is like softer to harder. So obviously the harder it is, the harder it is to get the lead off, or whatever you call it, the graphite, right? So, you know, my reasoning, which I don't know if it's always the most accurate, but you know, my reasoning is if I start with the softest lead and then I work towards like a harder lead to get that subtle difference. But, you know, it's really hard to tell the difference. And honestly, I think instead of a 2B, now that I'm looking at this example, I should use like an F. I should use like an F instead of a 2B. Now that I'm seeing this. Yeah, I'll probably use it. No. Maybe a B? Maybe I'll use a... Let me try an HB for this next round. Let me try an HB. And here we go. So we're going to go with an HB into here. And the HB is hopefully going to give us, like, still give us a shadow, but not quite as dense, deep, or dramatic. I mean, it's still going to be pretty dramatic, but... Yeah, one interesting exercise that I did when I was studying concept art is looking at the lighting in movies and, you know, analyzing the lighting in movies. Because, you know, movies are not real life. Movies are not realistic. You know, everything on a movie set, almost everything, not everything, but most things on a movie set are like totally, I'm thinking this might be a little too light, but, you know, pretty much everything on a movie is like controlled, right? Like, they don't like shadows in movies. In movies, when, you know, when a director or a director of photography is like lighting a scene, they don't like shadows. So there's a lot less shadows in movies than there are in real life. And it's really fun to see if you actually take the time to like just take clips from movies and just look at how they did the lighting. And you'll just see how powerful the effect of just changing and transitioning using light properly can have an effect on how you perceive a character or how you perceive a scene and all that fun stuff. And here we go. So yeah, you can pick up so much from just learning from movie lighting. And let's do another example of this. Here's a popular one. So, The Exorcist. Oh crap! I turned off my music. Hold on one second. Let me turn back on my music. All right, we're gonna go look up. All right, so here's a fun movie to really analyze. So here's an interesting thing, right? Like, all the lighting comes from the front, but like, how does this much lighting come from this window, this random window right here, but not from that window, right? Like, this is so perfectly lit and controlled. Like, you can see that there's a shadow here, so of course, like, the light's not going to be on that guy. But there's just, like, so much to break down as to trying to figure out where all these interesting lights are coming from. You know, there's a light there, you know. It's all coming from the front. It's very dramatic.
Thank you to my fellow nominees whose music got me through this past year. Brat was the best night of my life this year. My hat's gonna fall, it's gonna be okay. Thank you all who listened.
You know, like Stanley Kubrick, Clockwork Orange. Definitely took the chiaroscuro or the tenebrism to took that idea of tenebrism to life, and made everything in the background pretty much as dark as you could get it, pitch black, and brought the characters to the front by making them with these white shirts and holding milk and everything.
Would offer a livable wage in healthcare, especially to developing artists.
And
Because I got signed so young.
I'm trying to think of this one director. Hey, Kat, who's that one director who did that like meteorite movie recently? It's filmed in a desert. Scarlett Johansson's in it.
Oh. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Eli. You don't know? Gosh. Or not Hotel Rwanda. Gosh, what's that other guy's? That other. What'd you say, Kat?
What other movie are you trying to think of?
They're at a big hotel and it's like a comedy.
With Scarlett Johansson?
No, it's a different. Well, let me just look up Scarlett Johansson. So let's look up Scarlett Johansson and then find the name of the director. Scarlett Johansson. ScarJo. What a great name for an actress. Scarlett Johansson. So filmography. Sing, Thriller, Asteroid City. So Asteroid City, Wes Anderson is the artist that I'm trying to, or the Wes Anderson. Let's see, what's the movie I was trying to think of first? Wes Anderson.
Everybody in Los Angeles and in this building tonight, working on stage and off, knows somebody who has lost their home, their business.
What was that movie he did that took place in the Asteroid City, Polka King, Grand Budapest Hotel? That's the movie I was trying to think of. Let's look at the lighting of a Wes Anderson movie.
What's the name of the hotel?
Grand Budapest Hotel.
Oh yeah, that was Wes Anderson.
And his name is Wes Anderson. Like, look at Wes Anderson's movie. Wes Anderson's lighting, it's like there's not a single shadow in this. Isn't it just like mind-blowing? Like, obviously he has his style. He's iconic for it. And I think this is just a clip, like a video, but there's not a single shadow in this. The cacti don't have shadows, given that I think that's just a backdrop. Like, it's like his lighting is so iconic. No shadows. Oh, there's one shadow from the top right there. It's all like top lit, but also front lit and top lit. So it is interesting to think like how directors use, just, you could just use one specific lighting technique and create this look, right? Of course, Wes Anderson is known for like filming everything pretty much straight on. He just like films things very flat and straight on, and doesn't use like dramatic angles to come up with anything. But, really interesting to study film to learn about like lighting and things like that. But here, let's go back into this. We're going to go into a 2B here. 2B or not 2B. Of course, always 2B. So let's go like this. All right, let's go try to find like this.
Where's your classroom?
And here we go.
Such a beautiful house. Devastated. Yes, our families were trying to put us here. Oh my God, we're ashes. This is their
And let's go to this other one right here. Excuse me. Let's go like this. This actually could be brought down just a little bit right here. Oops. Alright, so I need to fix that. So let's go like this. And this needs to go. And like this. And let's see, right like this. A little bit further. This needs to be angled into it. So what I'm trying to compare here is like this angle right here needs to be like that. So I don't want to bring this out too much further. And let me go round this out. And let's see, here we go. So let's see this. There we go. Let's see, foot, there we go, foot, 2 hands. Now let's do one more thing. We're gonna add some ideas into this. So let's, like, you know, do something unusual, something different, you know. We can't just leave it. So I'm just gonna draw random stuff around it, random shapes.
Which gives to Music Cares, the California Community Foundation, Direct Relief, and the Pasadena Community Foundation. You'll see on your screen at home a QR code that you can use to donate, and everyone in this arena, you have a QR code at your seats, in your cup holder, or on your table, and you can give whatever you can. We'll be right back.
All right, anyway. See, how big is these? These can actually fit on one page. So what I could probably do is just redo them. I should go like this. All right, we're going to take a little break and get a drink of water. And then we're going to get back to this.
What time could we do the audition?
What do you say?
What time could we do the audition?
Oh, you want... When do you want to do the audition? You're going to be ready. Ready now? All right, let's do it. Okay. All right, let me make a note. All right, people. Actually, we're gonna probably be back in like 10. Alexa, what time is it?
The time is 6:48 p.m.
6:48. So maybe 15 minutes. 7:10, right?
Shouldn't take long. Man, it's so hot in here. Do you feel hot?
A little bit. It's have our previous drawing here.
Hi.
All right, we'll be back. I'm gonna put this on mute. We'll be here though, but we're just gonna mute this. All right, wonderful people, we're back. Looks like it's 7:10, so we're back a few minutes early here. And we're gonna do some more drawing for hours and hours and hours. That's what I do. I do stuff for hours and 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 hours.
She wants better kids there. Hey, eat up.
So that's what we do, people. What is the purpose of doing things for hours? I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Maybe just for doing it, just to do it, just for the sake of training our minds and our bodies. Maybe it's to get better at artwork. Maybe it's to develop skills. Maybe we just enjoy it. Is it okay to just do things for the sake of enjoyment and not necessarily to, like, you know, to have some sort of total beneficial outcome? There's a cat pawing at me under here. Alright, so let's do this next one. We're doing these two hands here. Let's do two hands now. I could actually bring this back over here. So let's see. Let's actually start. Let me see. Bomb, 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 bomb. And then we're going to actually go across like this. Down here. And let's go. Right there. And then here we go. We're gonna go bring this arm. Let's see, this is gonna be about 1, 2, 3 of these. So 1, 2, 3 of them is about right here, and then we're gonna start to curve the arm away. All right, people, and here we go. We're gonna be going right into this. And honestly, I have a really difficult time doing these really sharp, thin angles here, I think. And then let's go like this. This one is gonna go. So this is like down here. So this is going to be a little higher up, so I really just want to aim for keeping these angles nice and similar at least.
No, it doesn't say anything about having a reader.
What do you say, Kat?
Doesn't say anything about having a reader or no reader.
Yeah. I think the safe bet is to just do it with pauses, because that's how most people... I mean, that's how all the auditions I've ever gotten that were voiceover, that, you know, it's like, take pauses, you don't need to get another reader. At least for union projects. You know, union projects typically, you know, tell you, like, this is exactly how they want it, you know. And let's see, this hand's gonna be, this finger's gonna be a little bit longer there. And this angle right here, let's see how this angle goes. Just get this line, bring it straight down. And this is okay, you know, this line right here. And then this line is gonna come down. We're gonna give this a little bit longer, so boom. So it's interesting because all of my lines up here are gonna be a little bit higher. So it should be boom. Single should be boom. This should be boom. This should be boom. So basically, you know, I like to do things like not exactly side by side. That's the way you should do them, is put this flat down, just one paper, tape them, and then do it exactly across. But, you know, I really am dedicated and committed to training my visual. You know, this is like a trick, right? Because on one hand, I'm copying this, but I know that this is raised up just a little bit. And, you know, I know that I have to remember that I'm not looking at this and then making it the same length. I'm looking at the length and then just estimating. So I've really committed myself to focusing more on, you know, understanding and recognizing proportion and angle rather than trying to just go one for one. So this one is 1, then 1, 2. So that should be 2 of these. 1, 2, and then some. So 1, 1, 2, and then a little bit. So 1, 1, 2, and then a little bit. There we go. There we go, like that. Now let's see. So this should be, if it goes across, it should go up a little bit. This goes across, it should go up a little bit. So yeah, we're good to go. All right, cool. Perfect. 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 Let's go up here. And let's go like this. And here we go. So boom, 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 boom. This would be a little bit, reduce this angle a bit. And then let's go. And this should be like that. And here we go. And let's see right here. Go like that. And then down here, let's bring this angle up right here. And there we go. So using our it's a Sketcher Carandache. Carandache. I don't actually know how to pronounce that, but Carandache. Excuse me. And then we're gonna go like right here. Let's go a little bit higher. And this is like that. So this is going to be a good angle. Yeah, that's a good angle. All right, cool. And here we go. I'm going to go right here, bring this down right here. And now we're going to go like right here. So this is going to come nice and close. Actually, right here. Let's go a little bit wider, just a little bit wider, bringing this a little bit wider here. And here we go. We're going to go bring this down right here. And we're going to keep building this up. Let's go. We'll build this up here. And here we go. This will be an upward angle. And now let's see. So this angle needs to be pretty sharp as far as it's going to go up, and then this needs to be up. So this is like up here. And here we go, everybody. Here we're coming up with a beautiful, beautiful little line here. Beautiful little line right here. Bring this up a bit. And then let's see how this line matches up. Yeah, this line is beautiful. Fantastic. So we're making beautiful lines, people. Just beautiful lines. So all I'm doing, as I could see, you know, these lines are matching up. You can see the alignment here. And that's all I'm doing, really, is just figuring out if it looks accurate. If it looks accurate, I think I'm good to go. If it's not, then, you know, either I have to do it again, or I just realize that I have to make adjustments, that I have made adjustments. And that's the one thing that's great about Charles Bargue. If you're self-motivated, and you want to learn how to draw and stuff, if you're self-motivated, like, this is a perfect program for someone who's... Charles Bargue is a perfect program for someone who's self-motivated, because if you could be self-motivated and self-critical, and not self-critical as in like harmfully critical, but self-critical as in, you know, you're willing to like look at something and go, oh, I can find my own mistakes, that, you know, this line is not the way it's meant to be. And, you know, self-evaluative, I guess, is the best word, is a better word than self-critical. If you could be self-evaluative, you know, if you could be motivated to be self-evaluative, to be able to evaluate your own lines and where you're, you know, the accuracy of your lines, then you'll do a great job. You're going to be great. But, you know, it does require some, you know, being a little bit self-motivated in order to do so. You know, self-motivated, self-evaluative. Being able to evaluate your own, you know, possible errors. And then either fix them or just keep working with them, you know? So this will go boom. Bring that down just a little bit. And then here we go. So this finger is going to come up like that. Good. And then bring this past just up into this halfway point right here. Right where this piece comes down, right? So right where this piece comes down in the center. And try to go like right there. That's where I'm aiming for. It's a really subtle angle, slightly less than totally vertical. No, that angle's a little bit... Let me use a different eraser. That angle's a little too sharp. Just a little bit more subtle here. What did I just do? I did this, and then I need this to go... And here we go. So let's just try to get a little bit less than vertical. A little bit less than vertical is what we're aiming for. I think that's good. And then, of course, whatever angle this is, find that, and bam. That's how I know that angle. Like, it's great that these have these like guidelines that you can follow. So if I know that this angle comes down to the tip of this, and that's how I create this line, you know, just follow, just imagine a straight line going from there, and you can pretty much just figure it out. So here we go. Everything's pretty close. We're pretty accurate here. We're doing pretty well. And from here, it's just a matter of getting this nice curved, slight curve right there. And then bam, 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 bam. And there we go. So let's go ahead and bring this out now. So I know that this angle is going to be a pretty sharp angle. So this is where we're going to have to bring it out. We're going to have to bring this piece out straight down. Straight down, and it's going to end. I think this is trying to tell us, like, hey, you know, give yourself a little room past it, but find like a point. There we go. That's a good point. There's a good point right there. And there's going to be another line right underneath. Right underneath our finger right here. All right. Little by little, and all we're doing is we're copying success, right? We're copying this style that's already considered like iconic. You know, the style is all based on classical designs, classical methods of drawing, and we're just copying it. Really simple. And as you take the time to copy, you start to find and like figure out the aesthetic, and you learn things. Isn't that what we're all just trying to do? Just trying to learn and improve. And here we go. So we're going to bring this across. Nice straight line. Honestly, this line might even be too short because you know, I should just, let's see how we can do this. Let's start with that side, this line right here. See, we could fudge that line a little bit. We could fudge it. It's not going to be totally close to this because it's going to be a little bit wider. But you know what? That's all right. We're going to do it. We're just going to stick with this. You know, it's so interesting. Whenever I think like of a master at work, or like, you know, a study like this, whenever I think of the masters who created this piece, I always think like everything is on purpose. Like everything is totally purposeful. But you know, sometimes maybe not everything is purposeful, you know? Maybe not everything has a very specific purpose or meaning. Like, you know, as I see this, I'm like, there must have been a reason why this is such a close to the edge, right? And I feel like maybe they wanted to make the hand, give it hand more significance as it like lays on this object, as opposed to, you know, letting the hand look, you know, giving the hand volume. And if this piece is too big compared to the hand, it's going to be aesthetically, visually ugly. Or classically, if you're comparing to classics, right? And also, this piece coming down past here, you know, I feel like there's some purpose to this extension as well. Like, it would look totally weird, I guess, if it cut down right here. And it just, you know, something would look weird about it, is my guess.
Oh, okay, that's okay. All right.
But, here we go. We're done with this pencil. Now, let's use it. And we're going to use a... Let's start with a number. Let's start with an HB. Actually, you know what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's no middle one. There's only two possible center ones. 5, 5. So it's either an HB or a B. I'm going to go with an HB here. And I'm going to use my HB to sketch out my... What's up?
Got another voiceover audition.
Another one, or are you doing it again?
No, I got a different one.
Oh, cool.
Can I do it real quick?
So you need me to shut my mouth?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, we're going to be muted for a little bit. We're going to be doing some drawing. All right, we are back with microphone on, people. So let's keep this going. Still working on
Check-in time was 3. That's 2:55. I know. As your host, I have some rules. First, no showers longer than 5 minutes. This isn't a spa. No game. No fun.
And here we go. So let's sketch this out right here. So many of these lines are beautiful. Just this one line right here. It's like perfect, like wide in the center and not, yeah, it's a great line. Love that line. Let's go like this right here. And here we go. Let's go like that. Here we go. Yeah, we're back. Kat's been having tons of auditions. If y'all didn't know this, Kat, my partner, my girl, my baby, she is an actress, and she's had a lot of auditions lately. Luckily, it's great to see this industry returning here. Such a talented actress. And here we go. So we're gonna go like this. And we're just gonna go for, I'm gonna go for hours like this. Maybe not too many more hours. I've been going for a couple hours like this. But we're gonna be, I think this will be the last one I do for the night. once I'm done with here. So for those of you wondering, you know. And here we go. Just developing some of these lines here. And here we go, almost done with the initial sketch here. Maybe a little higher on this piece. And here we go. All right, so we've got this. Let's we're excited. We've got some progress here. We've got some movement. So let's just create our other lines here. So we're going to go down here. Let's make this a nice bold line here. And, you know, I will say that this is a little lower than this is. So if you look at this, I can see my mistake, right? Like if I draw a line down here, this is a little bit above this pinky, but this one, it's kind of like matchy. So there's some issues there, but you know, nothing too bad. So we're just gonna stick with it. We're gonna keep this. We're still gonna come up with something wonderful and dramatic. And when I say dramatic, just simply like this combination of just these two color zones, right? Like this dark shadow, this dark area in shadow, and then everything else. That's all we have. And that's how we can create beautiful artwork. So here we go. We're going to use this and we're going to sketch out our shadows. So we're going to go like this, around. And here we go. So let's see how this piece is going to go.
Hey! That's my body. Leaking over.
Now let's find this shadow right around here. We're going to go around. Create an angle right there. and right over here. Actually, you know what? That probably needs to be a little bit more exaggerated of a line. So let's erase what we got. I'm going to exaggerate this just a bit more. A little bit more here. Probably could have gone even a little bit more exaggerated. I could go a little bit further. I could push this just a little bit further, the shadow. The shadow is a really important one too. So I'm spending a bit more time on it. Right around there. There we go. Okay, and then let's find these other shadows. We got a shadow in there. Got a shadow in here. Let's go across. And let's find another shadow down here.
Guys, why are you being so wild right now? Really being crazy. Sissy Houston.
And let's find some more shadows here. Where do our shadows go? We're gonna go curve this up right here. A nice thin shadow right there. And here, so we're gonna go come around. Round this out, give this a little bit of an angle, and chop that in. And here we go. So we're going to shape this. We're going to create our shadow coming in down here. Which, let's go.
No, I just love that. It's gone.
And then we're going to come right over here, bring this over. And let's see, navigating this area right here. I'm trying to figure out, I can't really read my own mapping here. Let's see, this mapping is right here. Maybe I need to go deeper in this mapping right here. And then right up here, here we go. All right, so I think... All right, so it looks like really messy up in this corner, but it will look better once we start to... You know, I feel like this should be... there's definitely a course out there that's like, hey, this is how you map shadows. There's definitely a shadow mapping course. But I think Bargue in general does a great job of helping you understand this idea of shadow mapping. So bring that out a little bit. And you know what? I think a lot of this is being matched better than it was last time. So here we go. Let's start with our... Actually, you know what? Let's start with our 2B here. And we're gonna just do a couple of lighter shadows. Some of our lighter shadows around here. Like along the top of the nail. We're gonna get some subtle shadows. Actually, let's do this a little bit at a even sharper angle. I want this more of a sharp angle here. It's gonna be like right there, and then there we go. A little bit sharper of an angle. And all we got to do is, like, you know, round out some of these shadow spaces. Just round them out a little bit. And here we go. Let's actually use this color to establish our, like, outside line here. And let's see, so got these shadows. Here we go. Let's go. I want to reduce that. Let's see how these shadows looking. All right, these shadows are looking okay. So let's go fill this shadow in right here along the tip of the hand. On the top of this hand right here. We're going to use this subtle shadow just into here a little bit. And here we go. And let's go like just a little bit. And you know what? I gotta erase a bit up here. Want to increase want to allow this penciled look visual to the finger visual to disappear. The what do you call it? The thumb, the nail. All right, one more. Let's go. Let's go with the darkest shadows now. Let's go with our 6B here. It's a nice soft lead. Pressing nice and hard. And here we go, bring this down. This is really confusing here, but once I get these final, like, once I finally get these shadows into here, I think it'll all be much clearer. There's some subtleties here on that finger here. Let's actually fill in the rest of this here. Let's get this space going. All right, Omizu. Corey has returned. Welcome back. Omizu is here. Yes, but we are wrapping up soon. Not right away, but as soon as I finish up the shadows, this piece is going to be done, and this study is going to be finished, and then we're going to call it a finished night. We're going to be able to say that we had a successful night, people. All of you, I hope, can say and feel like you had a successful night. Like your evening went well. And that doesn't mean you have to come up with a masterpiece like this, right? That just means that, you know, you wrapped it up in a way that felt positive to you, you know. You don't have to have a masterpiece to have a good night, people. So here we go. I stand by that. Or I sit by that. What I'm saying. So here we are. We are finalizing some of these shadows. And what's great is that the shadows are covering up, allowing me to cover up some of my mistakes. And here we go, bringing it down. Excuse me. And here we go. So, actually, you know, a little bit deeper of a shadow. I'm going to go like... And here we go. So bringing this up, coming down with this, just keeping the same angle. Let's see how this comes along here. And there we go. Let's see. Almost there. I think just a little bit further. Trying to think. I think this part is a little bit too far up. I want to make this area a bit more subtle here. So going to subtlify this. And you know what? I think we need some more separation between the body parts here. So I want to go into this with a little bit of a deeper shadow. Oh yeah, and these areas need shadow too. So let's establish our shadow right into here and create a nice deep separation between, you know, these finger parts here. And let's see, this is kind of making this finger look kind of funny. I'm trying to think, maybe what's wrong with that finger right there? You know what, I think I can, oh yeah, the shadow needs to be brought down here. And one more shadow. Oh yeah, these shadows right here. let's see. These shadows are okay. Let's see how this area looks. Let's actually pull this up and just go pull it up side by side. Just remembering that, you know, when I had this up here, it's actually different. So like I like to train my eye to, like, you know, match the lengths and try to match where things end, rather than, you know, their actual way of doing this, the correct way is putting them totally flat down so that, you know, you see them exactly, and then you go across, right? So you would take this piece of paper, tape it down, take this out, tape it down, and then just go across. But sadly, this book was not, you know, designed for that, because you can't even rip out the pages technically. But anyway, you know, I would say I did pretty good. I would say I did a decent job of, you know, there's still a couple things that could be made just a little better, but as far as overall proportions, dimensions, I think everything turned out in a way that I can be happy about it. So, with that, you know what? I do want to make this finger a little bit skinnier. And I want to just, this piece right here, there's this little section right here. Just gives it a little bit of a, the shape of it. I don't really like the shape. I didn't really like the shape of it, which is why I'm fixing this. It's a little bit like too round. And you know what? We can actually go with a slightly darker pencil here. We're going to go with our 2B. Just keep them separated. Yes. We're just going to go with a little 2B pencil and just cross-hatch into here. Cross-hatch into this section right here because it's a little bit too light. Keep them separated. And alright, we can be happy about what we've done, people. And I hope all of you feel like you have a successful night. If you don't feel like you have a successful night, you know, here's the question. What could you do that can make you feel like you've had a successful night? Or a weekend, even a Sunday, right? It's Sunday. It is, let's see what time it is on Sunday night. 8, 9, 10, 11. It is 11:15, so if you live in the United States of America, chances are you still got, at minimum, 45 minutes to make this weekend a successful weekend. Whether that means doing 10 push-ups, if you're trying to improve your physical strength, or, you know, drinking some water, if you've been trying to break the habit of drinking too much soda because there's so much sugar in soda, or if it's a creative idea, you still have 45 minutes to read a book, write a song, lyric, write an excerpt in your book, call a friend or family member you've been meaning to speak with, to, I don't know, brush your teeth, to maintain your teeth. Anything, people. Whatever it is that you need to make it feel like a successful weekend. But with that, you know what? There's not enough separation right here. The line from our carne dache See the blue lines have made these areas like kind of like reflective. There's like a white light in there, and it looks like this like unusual reflective light. But overall, you know, I'm happy with what we've come up with. I can sleep well, and you don't recognize time. So yeah, exactly. You know, or you could just not recognize time at all. You can have a successful weekend. But hey, look. Let's go see if Omizu's streaming here. Let's go check out. Omizu, do you want to pitch your live stream for the couple of people that are here? Let's see. Is Omizu live? No, Omizu's not live right now. He was live. He was live a little while ago. Omizu was live. Omizu Paints was live. But anyway, let's see. We got a good 4 hours. Probably 3.5 was actually spent streaming. Spent drawing. But good times, people. I hope you all have a great night. We're going to call this done. And take care.